Dr. Spanda, I think we should get started.
Okay. Good morning to you, colleagues, and welcome to this NRF course review workshop. I am Dr. Octavia Spanda. I hope and I think most of you know me. I'm currently the acting manager at GMRTC, and I'm responsible for academic affairs. So on this workshop today, my role is to direct the program. I'm the MC, and this workshop is more of a platform where we are going to be sharing research information as well as information on how to optimize opportunity when you're applying for any research-related funding. And our presenters today are very experienced professors drawn from different departments and faculties at the University of Hare. They have been very successful on this journey as academics. They've published widely, and they all have very strategic and influential positions at the university. We've got Professor Simatele, who's currently the acting dean of research and the NetBank chair in economics. And then there is Professor Bradley, who is currently the acting director of quality assurance. There's Professor Meyer, who is currently the director at Forte Institute of Technology. And there's Professor Willie Chinyamurindi, a very energetic young professor at the Faculty of Management and Commerce. So for today, colleagues, I will request that we all stay off video if you are not presenting, and if the presenters are comfortable with coming on video when they are presenting during their slot, it is fine. But if they can't, we can still do with the voice, and there will be an opportunity for you, our audience, to ask any questions. Should you want any clarity, you are free to do so. I will now hand over to Professor Simatele, who's going to present on publishing and research plans. Over to you, Prof. Simatele. You can show your face if your video is working, so that people may, our audience can familiarize themselves with you. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Octavia. I want to believe that most colleagues know me, but there is my face, and then I'll just turn the camera off after that. Morning, colleagues, and thank you for being available for this workshop. And I just thought that perhaps I should start with a little preamble before I do my presentation. The purpose of this workshop really is to try and move our research forward as an institution, I mean, of course, many times, unfortunately, when you call for such things, you end up with people that are already research active. But I think there's still a lot to be benefited for those that are research active. But also, more importantly, we feel that the NRF has a lot of calls that could benefit the institution, but we have realized that very few people actually take advantage of these opportunities. It could be because people don't know, or maybe they're not very clear about how this works. So that's really the purpose of today, to look at the NRF calls, and we will hold another workshop for a different funder. But my role this morning is a little different from what my colleagues will be doing. I like what Octavia said when she said they're very experienced. And I'm quite happy to say what I'm about to share this morning is coming from experience of perhaps doing it wrong and then learning how to do it right. It's going to be a short presentation, I hope, maybe 20 minutes, and then I'll leave room for discussion. What I want to talk about this morning is the importance of a research and publishing plan. Why did I think I should talk about this? Because, you know, we have very good researchers in the institution who are research active, but to a very large extent seem to be just publishing and researching in each and every space. And I just thought that perhaps we should have a few minutes to discuss, you know, how one can actually plan their research and how one can carve a track for their work. So I'm going to just share my slides now. Please let me know if you can't see them, but I think you can see. So yeah, I'm going to talk about a research and publication plan. And what I'm going to talk about is basically 3 points. And like I said, I'm going to try and finish within 20 minutes. What is a research and publication plan? Why do I need to write one? And how do I go about writing a research plan? And I hope that then we can have some interaction. What is a research and publication plan? Well, it's literally just what that says. It is a plan to aid you in how you conduct your research and how you do your publications. As I'm going to talk through the slides, one of the first things that I'm going to talk about is what is it that should be in your research plan? What, when you talk about research, when you write a research plan, you're basically looking at a specific horizon and thinking about what you will be doing. So typically, it's advisable to do a 5-year plan. And in that 5-year plan, you outline what you will be doing. So it's a map. One can say it's a map. I like this image that I put here because to a very large extent, most of us start our careers after we get our PhDs without a very clear direction of where we want to go. Now, when you've done your PhD, that 3 or 4 years for some of us that you spend researching, focusing on one item, is the period in which you're supposed to dig your heels into what you are going to become for the rest of your academic career. But for most of us, that's not exactly what happens for many reasons. And for most, it's because you've spent so many years looking at this thing. By the time you get to the end of it, maybe many people have written on it, maybe opportunities do not actually arise for you to develop yourself in that space. And you know, several other reasons can arise. Maybe you don't have the resources to actually carry on in that area. Or it's even possible sometimes when you have taken so much time doing your PhD that the topic has become stale, it's no longer topical, there's so many answers that you now have to find another direction to go. And another common reason is that people get their PhDs for the wrong reasons. They higher salary. And sometimes along the way you realize, okay, I'm going to become a researcher, I'm going to become an academic, but you actually have no idea where you want to take this thing. And most of us then just start off, right, I'll go to work, I will write some papers, I will apply for funding without a clear direction of where you want to go. Now, when I say that I have experience, when Octavia talked about experience, I kind of started my career like this individual standing here, with I got my PhD. When I started my PhD, I had a very clear image of what I wanted to do, and what I wanted to become, where I wanted to take my research, and so on. A few things happened in the was it 4.5 years, 5 years that I was doing my PhD, that by the time I got to where you see those arrows there, some things happened, and now I was in survival mode. So I wrote papers on whatever was topical, and I applied for funding, whatever funding was available. And so if you look at my CV, the early part of my academic career after getting my PhD, I did a lot of things. They still fall within the ambit of development economics, but they really don't then have a niche where I can say this is where I was going. So it's really important, I think, that one thinks about a research and publication plan, because it is a map that tells you where you want to take your career, right? So I've talked through some of these things about why this research and publication plan is important. You want to map out your research vision. What do you want to accomplish, and what do you want to contribute? We really need to think about what contribution we can make rather than writing papers. And of course, because as a lecturer, you are told that you must write at least one paper a year. As a senior lecturer and as a professor, you must publish at least 2 papers a year. So sometimes it's very easy to just sit and just start writing. But we need to change the way we do research. We need to start thinking, what do I want to accomplish, and what do I want to contribute? And of course, I've talked about the fact that it's important because it helps you create a career track. We just had a workshop a few weeks ago about rating, and one of the important things that came out, and has been a conversation at least for the last year and a half, is the importance of having a career track. When you profess, when you become a professor, what are you known as? You're a professor of what? You have to have a career track. You can't say I'm a professor of business economics. That's not a career track. You've got to have a track somewhere which you are known for. If they're looking for a specialist in a particular area, does your name come up? So it's very important, and that doesn't happen by accident. You have to plan for it. Having a research and publication plan also helps to be realistic. And like I said, I go back to that image. There's so many things, and think about the opportunities that arise. We're going to talk about the NRF one call this morning. There's so many calls just from the NRF. And one thing that we have started doing is that we've started circulating calls as well from the research office, from different funders. So many opportunities are going to arise. Which ones do you pick? You need to be realistic about what you are able to do within the time that you have, given your workload. You need to also just think about how these things contribute and align to your career path, right? And typically, if you've done any fieldwork and done any research, for those who are in sciences and so on, you will agree with me that research typically takes much longer than you anticipate, almost every time. And that's why it's really important to build in time when you're writing a proposal and so on. So when you have a plan, it helps you to be realistic. And it also helps you to place your research in context. One of the things that concerns me, for example, and I've shared this with my colleagues in economics, is that we don't teach programs on development. The Eastern Cape is one of the poorest provinces, if not the poorest province in the country. Why is it that we don't teach development economics? Why have we not made that our niche? And as an individual researcher, could you place your research in context? To think about where you are placed and what contribution, because a critical thing that I said at the beginning of why is to accomplish something and to contribute. What is the context in which you are doing your research? And also, I think another important part of context is work-life balance. I have learned from experience that if you don't have a research plan, it's very difficult to say no to certain things, and you lose that balance, and the research itself can consume you, and then you find that you've kind of lost yourself, and your research may not even be going to the direction where it's supposed to be going. Two other really important reasons you should have a research and publication plan is that it helps you to align your research to the institution's strategy. This year, we are just working on our new strategy for the next planning period. I think it's 2022 to 2026. Graeme can correct me if I'm wrong. And when you do your research, in order to be relevant, you should do your research within the context of your institution's strategy. And that's something that most researchers actually ignore. So you need to, in order for you to do that, I think a research and publication plan really helps. And of course, you need to align your research within the national and global imperatives and research agendas. At the moment, the real big thing in South Africa is transformation. Globally, we're looking at the SDGs. How does your research sit within the context of those important agendas? And most people just write their proposals, and you find they don't get funded because those proposals, for example, are not presented within that context. So when you have a research and publication plan, it really helps you to think about it before you start up funding, before you start writing your papers, before you start collecting data. It helps you to think about what you're going to accomplish, what you will contribute, what your career path will be, and what your contribution will be to the global and national imperatives and research agendas. What should be in your 5-year research plan? Well, you've got to think about grants. Which grants should I apply for? What kind of research do I actually want to do? These two are not necessarily the same. They can be, but they are not necessarily the same, because some of your research doesn't need grant funding to be carried out. So you have to think about them separately. What publications are you going to actually do? And again, this is really important, because our setting is such that we have a problem where many people are chasing numbers and not necessarily direction or quality. So you need to think about your publications. Where are you going to place your publications? What do you want to be known for after those 5 years? And of course, you need to think about your teaching. That also needs to go into your research and publication plan. We as academics, part of our core role is to teach. How many modules will you teach? And I know that sometimes it's difficult to negotiate these things, especially that we work in a sort of understaffed environment. But these are things that from history, typically how many modules you teach. And one of the things that I think we need to try and start pushing for, even as individuals, is to teach modules which align with our research, so that we can have that link between our research and our teaching. And of course, you need to think about academic service. That's a very important part of your journey as an academic. You need to do some academic service. So all that must go into your plan. How do you go about doing this? Well, first thing, you've got to think about your long-term goals. So for example, my long-term goal is that I would like to establish a center of research in informality at the University of Hare. That's my 5-year goal. And between now and then, whatever I'm going to be doing is going to be defining steps to achieve that goal. That includes the research that I'm going to do. That includes the funding I'm going to apply for. That includes the modules that I would like to teach, the service that I'm going to do. All those things, they have to contribute to that long-term goal. I want to establish that research center. So I start, creating networks around that. All my short-term and medium-term goals are designed around that. If I apply for funding, I make sure it's linked with that. If I'm looking for networks, it's linking for that. And where do you start from? That's also important. Not just the steps, but where do you start from? For me, I feel like I need to start by creating networks to achieve my 5 years. So I'm linking up with people who are working in informality, both in the country and outside, and creating relationships around that, so that I can get to know what people are doing. I can get to know where the funding for this is. I can get to know about the conferences and things that relate to that overall goal. So it's really important then think about your long-term goal. What do you need to do to achieve that goal? Where do you start from, and how do you break the steps down to get there? So you start by setting up short-term goals, and you can turn those into medium-term goals. I should have had something here that says medium-term goals, and then those will be used then to achieve your long-term goals. So it's really important to pick bite-sized activities, but they must always be kept in context. What do you need to consider when making a plan? Well, I'm not going to go through each one of these. I'll share the slides. These are just things you need to think about. But so like I said, set long-term goals. You will need to consider both your own aspirations and the expectations of the institution. Like I said, it's a fantastic time for those who don't have these plans to start doing them, because we're just doing our new strategic plan now. So start thinking about that. And we're also a few years away from the conclusion of the SDGs. There's a lot of momentum that's picking up around that, and a lot of other government imperatives are also being reviewed. Think about that when you are thinking about funding, like today we're talking about the NRF, think about the NRF strategy. What is it that they really want to fund, and see if you can align your work to that. So you need to think about that. What would be the main focus of your research? Would there be any subsidiary interests? And these subsidiary interests are really important. So for example, if I talk about my interest in informality, a subsidiary interest is small business development, right? So at the moment, for example, we have a call, we have a special issue we're doing in a journal, which is focusing on special business development. That is part of my agenda to get to this informality issue. Think about those bite-sized activities that you can do. In terms of papers, what papers do you want to write? Which journals do you want to target? Now, one of the things that I've learned in my career, I don't want to call them failed years, but the sort of unproductive years, if you like, was that I would just write and not really think about which journals I was putting my work in. And later on, I started to think about that a little bit more. And the papers that I've submitted in the last 3 years, for example, are very strategic papers. I think about the middle level, middle impacts. What I think the UK version would be the ABC. So I make sure that I put a paper in an A journal, I put a paper in a B journal, and I put a paper in a C journal. So think about that when you're targeting, because, for example, in economics, some of the B journals, I'm not even talking about the A journals, the B journals can take up to two and a half years to turn your paper around. So you can't actually just keep your career there. You've got to sort of mix them. I don't know, I'm sure it varies from discipline to discipline, but you do need to think about what journals you are targeting. For those who are in the sciences and related fields, you need to think about the equipment. I know, for example, Prof. Meyer, allow me to use you as an example. He is looking for equipment. Prof. Bradley I think just got funding with a group of people for some equipment, lab stuff and all that. You need to think about that. I want to do this research. Where can I get funding for my equipment and so on? In terms of supervision, I know it's a very contentious issue here to say that people take up students for funding, but really sometimes it can be an incentive, and I'm speaking as someone who's also doing the same job. But you need to think about what number of students should I take? What would the students contribute to the work that I'm doing, and what contribution can I make to those students? And not just pick any and every student. About 4 years ago, I stopped taking students who are not working in my niche area, because I realized I wasn't really being that fruitful in my own work, and I wasn't being that helpful to them. So I think you need to think about how many students you're going to take and what those students are going to be working on. Of course, it's different, I think, at the honors level and maybe the master's level, I'm not sure. But, you need to think about it anyhow and try and pick your student numbers and your student topics very strategically. Think about the funding that you're going to apply for and the networks that you wish to develop. You also need to think and consider the challenges and opportunities that are facing you. I think I've already alluded to the fact that it's very easy to just say yes to everything. You need to be very careful that even if they look like opportunities, do they actually support you in achieving the goals that you want? And the impediments that come in your way, the barriers, seemingly barriers, how do you deal with them? And are they real barriers really? Or is it just a question? Sometimes barriers can actually be opportunities. So it's important to think about strategies which you can use to overcome those impediments. And then, of course, your long-term goals, I already talked about, thinking about the imperatives and so on. Do they take advantage of the opportunities that exist and appeal to you? You need to carefully examine your long-term goals. Are they appropriate? Are they interesting to you? Do they appeal to the institution? Do they appeal to the funders you think you will be wanting to get funding from? And as I already said, make sure that you set intermediate and short-term goals. And I think I've already belabored that point. What's the best strategy for you reaching your goals? Well, there are two main strategies. One is to work on your short-term goals sequentially. You work on one short-term goal, you complete it, then you move on to the next one and so on. The other one is to actually work on them simultaneously. So you might, for example, be applying for funding and working on the papers that are related to that funding, and at the same time, developing networks. That you just have to look at what you are working on and see how best it works. I find that being a member of a network actually helps a lot. So having people to talk to, having people to discuss things with. We have, for example, started a reading group for this informality research, and it really helps to think about, just to bounce your ideas off your colleagues and say, I'm doing this. This is a project I'm involved in, and getting them to contribute what they think can be done and how they think it can be done. So, of course, because of the nature of that work, you need to make sure that you're able to get along with the people in your networks. But I have found that the decision as to what strategy is best really is served well by discussing it with your networks. And then, of course, once you've written all that down, map it out. Some people say break it down into detail. This is just an example of a basic calendar of what am I going to do in January, February, March, and so on and so forth. And what I've done is, let me skip this for the moment. I've put here on this slide where I said useful resources, I've put some examples of research and publication plans that are available online. And you can have a look at how people are doing this. I was hoping to bring I think, Prof. Willie, you might have one. When we met up with the colleagues from Bath, you remember they gave us planners, research planners. So some universities do these actually. They print them out and give them out. They're like diaries, which then the academics use to do their research plans. I was hoping to bring mine, but I didn't bring it. But there's one online, this one from Bristol here. You can click on that and have a look at what a research and publications planner looks like. And you can use that as an example. So that can help you to do this mapping out. So I'll put some examples there that you can use. And just as I close then, is there evidence that research plans actually work? There is this paper which you can access written by Davis, which is improving the postdoctoral experience, and there are other related papers. I found this easy because I found it online already summarized, so that was cool. So basically what it shows is that postdoctoral fellows who develop a written plan are more productive than those who don't. So they write 23% more papers, and of those papers, 30% more are first authors, and they get 25% of them have more, 25% more of them get their proposals funded. So there is actually evidence, and I can speak for myself, to be honest, that since I started planning my research, it has become more productive. Now, as I close, I think I do have to talk about sidetracked, because I am a prime example of what you should not do sometimes. So don't get sidetracked. It's really, really easy to get sidetracked in academia. You need to weigh your opportunities in light of your overall plan. So, for example, when I joined the University of Hare in 2014, I had a good plan, a research plan. I came here as a chair and I had mapped out what I wanted to do and started off, I think I started off very well. I started lunchtime seminars and I started, networks. And then in 2016, I was asked to act as the deputy dean for research and internationalization. They said, oh yeah, that's like 2 months. That's cool. I'm going to do that. I did that. And then I ended up being the deputy dean. And then my publication plan just went down the dumps. Now, I'm not saying that don't do management. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that I got sidetracked because that was not in my original plan. If that was in my plan, then I would have made room for it and I would have planned where my research was going. But if you look at that 4 years that I was deputy dean, I published roughly 1.5 papers a year. And a number of those were those that I started before I even started this one. So it's very easy to get sidetracked. So if you want to remember one of the things that I said you need to build into your plan is service. So if you want to take your career down a management route, just make sure you plan for that. Just make it part of what you want to do. Talk to a mentor, talk to a collaborator, talk to friends. It really helps to not get sidetracked. And as I said earlier, learn to say no. And it's easier to say no when you have a plan. So yeah, I think I've mentioned, do not get trapped into this problem of numbers. I think many people start targeting numbers rather than quality. So just create a balance between those. So in addition to these links that I talked about where you can find examples of plans, I have started using OneNote. At some point I tried Evernote. I don't know why Evernote never works with me, but we all have OneNote as part of our Microsoft subscription at the institution. It's a fantastic tool. I have found it really helps to keep records and keep track of all my work. And I use it as my planner. And those that want can check it out. Otherwise, I think Evernote is popular. And there's a lot of other electronic helps that people use to do their planning. I think I'll end there. And yeah, let me ask for questions or comments. Let's start with comments. Maybe people can share ideas around their own experience with research planning. I think I have like 5 minutes left if I do. I don't know if anybody wants to make a comment. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any comments coming up.
Hello, Mona.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, Anthony. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much. I just have 1 or 2 comments to make in respect of your presentation now.
Sure.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. You really spoke the mind of quite a number of us, I must tell you. But just something very important that I think that one should flag in an important meeting like this. And that has to do with the need for our university to do something seriously about what you want to call developing a research culture. Developing the research culture. You can count on the number of your fingertips how many people are actually doing research in the University of Hare. Look at the participants in this workshop, for example. There are less than 30 of us here. In the Faculty of Science, we have over 100 academics, between 110 and 115 or thereabout. And I tell you that more than 65% of that number hold PhD in the Faculty of Science and Agric alone. Yet you are having just 22, less than 30 people attending a workshop as important. So there is something we really have to brainstorm.
Sorry, Tony, just a minute. Colleagues, please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Yeah, please go ahead.
We need to do something seriously about improving the research culture and encouraging, making sure that people who don't do research are made to be engaged in research. So that is one aspect, one thing I wanted to flag. And I'm also very, very happy that yes, you did specify and mention that this particular workshop is for NRF a grant, which is very good, because I wanted to say that there are so many other platforms, research grant awarding platforms that are besides the NRF that will even give you far better, more flexible research funding than the NRF provides. So I'm happy that you flagged that and that you're going to organize the sessions in that regards going forward. Another point that I want to raise, two quick points. I'm sorry, I'm going to be very brief. Two key points I want to raise. One of them is, and I'm happy that you raised this thing about accumulating students, taking more than you can chew, handling more than you can chew. In many cases, because of the race, of course, for incentives and so on. And I'm happy that you raised that. I think people have to be very careful about that. You don't want to look at other people supervising large number of students, and because of that, you also want to take large number of students. You don't know what the kind of project that they have. You don't know the kind of grants that they have. So you take on students based on the kind of research projects and objectives and fundings that you have, that you can conveniently place the students. Okay, we have an overwhelming situation in our university in which students come, you recruit students, and you ask the students to go and look for topics. No, a good academics will not do that. You will have topics ready for your students by the time they are coming. Okay, because it is based on those projects that you have, that you are recruiting the students. So you should have a topic ready for the students. So if you are such that you bring in students and you are asking them to go and look for topic, then you are not ready to do academics. I'm sorry to say that is one thing, you are not ready to do academics. I'm also happy that you raised that last point of being trapped, and that is a very easy thing, being trapped, and you must be very careful to weigh your responsibilities in line with what stage of your career that you are. You don't want to get into some kind of responsibilities that is going to destroy or significantly hamper, your research development. I'm particularly raising this, especially for, I saw a tendency, a trend, in which you find too many of our young people, who fresh PhDs, and wanting to be deans, wanting to be this and that, rather than sitting down to develop themselves and make themselves marketable, not only University of Hare, not only in South Africa, marketable internationally. There are people who cannot leave University of Hare. There are people who cannot leave and compete anywhere else because they have not developed themselves. Okay, so young people should not fall for that temptation. Young people should make effort, concentrate on developing yourself, developing yourself before you start taking too many kind of responsibilities, that are completely at variance with research ideals and development. So these are just some few points that I think that I should flag in to support you and support our people going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm sure there's some people who want to make some more comments, but I'm aware of the fact that Prof. Bradley needs to present because he's got another meeting. So if you want to make a comment or ask a question, can I ask you to just note it down? And I think we have a little period at the end of the workshop where we can discuss so that we can give Prof. Bradley his chance to present before he has to leave for the next workshop. I hope that's all right, Octavia.
Okay, that's fine. Are there any more hands? Thank you, Prof. Simatele, for that very enlightening presentation. We really learn from our mistakes. I have learned that I should have a good research plan. My research should be forecast. You should be an expert on something so that should they be need for an expert, they will call upon you because you are an expert in a particular field. You should be known for a particular research area. So that is what I just learned in a few minutes. Thank you so much, Prof. Simatele. Colleagues will now move on to our next presenter. That is Professor Bradley. Professor Bradley on negotiating the NRF grant processes. Prof. Bradley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to talk on the NRF grants that are available and how to successfully negotiate the application process. So, colleagues, when you go onto the NRF webpage, one of the old ways there was staggered calls, and you would normally get notified that there's a call available, and if you weren't interested or weren't in that area, you ignored it and you waited for your call. However, what happened was that the NRF decided that during the last 4 years, they would embark on a process to enhance and simplify the NRF administrative interface. And this meant streamlining the applications and templates to a one-call process. So what happens, instead of having calls occurring over the year, in February each year, all the calls are opened. Now, initially the idea was that there would be one application form and you can submit any time during the year. And if your application then was suitably qualified and had everything, it would be reviewed, and you would then get funding according to which theme it fitted in. However, with a lot of negotiation with researchers and people that had experience in the NRF process, it soon became apparent that this kind of one size fits all would not work. And therefore, what has happened is they have divided up the research themes into different sections. And you can then go into each section and look at what is then available. And everything will then be on call, be out in February. Now, the important thing to remind us is this wasn't developed to help us as the researcher. It was to ensure a more effective NRF administration process so that they could prioritize funding that best serves the NRF mandate. So as Prof. Simatele said, one of the key functions of the NRF mandate is development in researchers. So what this has resulted in is a very long and protracted research process that could seem very confusing to beginners in the research arena. So what happens is all applications are opened in the first week of February, and the guidelines are then made available for that year, and there are then broad categories. And what I would like you to take out from today's presentation, from my presentation, is looking at these broad categories, looking at the area where you are, looking at the research plan, where you are in your research plan, as indicated by Prof. Simatele, and then saying, okay, what applies to me? What is it that's going to be able to fit into where I am currently? So if you've got a PhD, for example, you just graduated, it doesn't make sense to then start thinking of applying for a rating. You need to start thinking of your postdoctoral research, getting a research reputation that is independent of your supervisor, getting out there and getting known for a particular field, getting your publications where you are first author, where you've conceptualized the research, where you've received the funding. This then helps you to build a baseline and a foundation to apply for the bigger grants. It also helps you to develop your research network, to develop your collaborators or your co-investigators. And as you build up that team, you are then able to apply for the bigger and bigger grants. What is very important when you're looking at these is to always also look at the cut-off dates. Now, one of the things when you have this first week of February opening is people think that this is then available for the whole year. You've got to be very, very careful. You've got to go to this funding guideline, and I'll show you right at the end the application deadlines, where it is. And you need to make sure that you send it off to the NRF, well, the Fort Hare designated authority, who will then overlook your grant, make sure it's complete, make sure it's in the appropriate place, and then Fort Hare will approve it, and then it gets sent off to the NRF. So normally, most of these will only have one cutoff date. There are international research grants, travel and training grants, which have two closing dates. So there's two different calls in the year. So you need to ensure that if you missed the one in these, there is still the other. But with the general grants, there is one cutoff date. And if you miss that, you've got to wait then for the next year. So where do you begin? The first thing is, as Prof. Simatele has indicated, is you've got to know yourself, you've got to know where you are, and you've got to know your goals. So what is your short-term goal? What is your mid-term goal? What is your long-term goal? What do I need to do to get additional skills that will help me to develop my career? What do I need to enhance in my current standing, in my education, to involve or allow me to progress or go and apply for that job or get a permanent position if you're even a PhD or a postdoc? So these are the kind of things you've got to ask up front. Where am I? What have I got? And where can I apply for? So the first step is, of course, going to the NRF submission platform, which is the nrfsubmission.nrf.ac.za. You then got to register, and this registration process asks you for your ID, where you are, the institute, and all that. And then you get a registration or a login code with a password, and you can then log in. However, if you haven't done this yet and you want to just see what opportunities are available, on the NRF submission page, there is open funding opportunities. And as you can see here, this is what's available now for 2021. There's things called concept notes, institutional grants, postdocs, and all of these. So this is the maze that you're going to have to be faced with and decide which ones are applicable to you. Now, once you have logged in, you get taken to a web page, NRF web page that looks like this, and then you go to Applications, Create Application. Now, once you've done that Create Application, you get given a long list to create an application in a particular area. But now, before you select that list, make sure again, what is the closing date? Are you got enough time to complete your application in order to meet the deadlines for the submission to the designated authority? One of the key things, and very important, is, they say applications and progress reports must be completed in English. Now, this is possibly obvious, but there's another level below this. It's not just English. You need to have written this in a scientific or a discipline appropriate research style. And also very important is you need to make absolutely 100% sure there is no plagiarism. A lot of grants have been thrown out because of poor English, not poor science, poor English. And then immediately, if plagiarism is detected, the grant is immediately cancelled, the application is ignored, it's thrown out, and you get blacklisted. In other words, your opportunities then to apply in future are jeopardized. So be sure that you write correct English, your grammar, your structures are correct, but also to write in a scientific or a discipline-specific research style, and to make sure that you don't have any plagiarism within your document. Then very important is consult the funding framework and funding applications guide to see whether you are eligible for that application that you are interested in. And I'm going to take a few examples when I go through the different available grants and show you just how important this is. And then later on, I'm sure Prof. Meyer will cover this as well, but you need to make sure the very first thing you do before you apply for any grant is to make sure that you have an updated CV. I was speaking to a colleague of mine whose career it is to help people develop grants and things, and he said he went. This person wanted to apply for an NRF rating, and he said, "Okay, send me the CV." This person's CV was last updated in 2011 when he applied for some position somewhere. Now, there's lots of things that have changed since 10 years ago. And your whole career, you've developed, you've published, you've produced students, you've been to different positions. All of that will affect your application process. If you've got an old CV, people don't think you are serious. You'll get a low score for your grant, and therefore will be thrown out. So the very first thing you do is ensure that you've got an updated CV, and then every year, even if you're not applying for funding or rating or anything, make sure your CV is updated. So then, when you say that create a grants application, the funding opportunities that are available will come up. And then when you go underneath each one of them, you will see there are application or funding or framework guides. So let's go and look at then the sections that are available for you to apply. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the time. I would have liked to have seen what the spread of attendees are, whether you've got your PhDs or whether you are busy with your PhD or whether you're busy with a postdoc or you're associate professor or whatever. But basically, I'm going to assume and work from the fact that you are now still busy with a PhD, and I will then work through to the other grants when you're a more established researcher. So if you're looking at concept notes, what is this area? What is this? How does this work? So the NRF is willing to fund large integrated team projects. So is it likely that you're going to be able to, if you've just done a postdoc or you're busy with your PhD, to have already established a network, have already established collaborators, co-investigators? No. So it's very unlikely that you will be applying for anything in the concepts notes. However, if you have got some years behind you. You've done your postdoc, you're an established researcher for a couple of years, you've got a very good team, you've got contacts overseas and locally and in Africa, you can then possibly look at what is available here. Now, the concept note is basically just informing the NRF, this is the area you want to research, this is what I'm interested in, this is my team, this is what you'll be contributing to the NRF objectives, and they will then evaluate that. Once they've evaluated, they'll come back to you and they'll say, we like this, and then you'll need to submit a more detailed NRF grant application. This is the same for the Foundation of Biodiversity Information Program. This is looking very much at diversity and climate change and how it affects biodiversity, and is normally requires a large team to be able to apply for this. Now, infrastructure bridging funding, this is quite a complicated way. What happens here is the NRF funds or gives the NRF, the university some funding, and then based on that, the university invests it, uses the interest to buy equipment, and then pays back the initial funding received from the NRF. So this is basically to allow the university to buy equipment or infrastructure that will assist research. The other one, which is a very big one for advanced researchers who have now got an international standing or are potentially leaders nationally and have got a potential international standing, is the NRF chairs, SACHI chairs. So for this, you basically have got to show at a tier 2, that's a developmental chair. You're looking at, I think it's about 2 to 3 million per year over a 5-year period. And in that section, you need to have produced a number of papers. You need to also have produced PhDs and master's students. And that is the main core of the SACHI chair. It's a developmental grant, but it's not only developmental for the owner or the recipient, it is also for the research students associated with that chair. And if that chair does not produce the number of students per year or the number of papers per year, that after 5 years can be taken away. And if you think it's not possible, it has happened in this current funding cycle. So it is, if you're advanced and you're well developed, as I said, with a national standing and a potential international standing, you can look and apply for this. This is, there are very defined calls here, and you need to look and see which one you fit one. Now, if you are a PhD student, if you are a postdoc or a young developing or a established researchers, these international research grants are very good ways to start developing your research network. So they allow you to go overseas, to go and do some work. It's very short periods of visits, normally a couple of weeks. I think the most is a 3-month period, but that's very unlikely. So it's normally about 2 or 3 weeks that you can go and visit overseas. Those international researchers can also come and visit you, and it's exchange. And it's basically to set the foundation for you to apply for huge international grants as a collaboration. And it also allows you to develop your team to apply for these larger concept notes. So this is a relatively easy or well-funded program that you can get involved with no matter what level you are currently in. The other one is the rating call, the non-funding opportunities. So why it's called non-funding is there is no funding attached except for a small incentive grant given in the first year of your successful rating. Now, if you are a young researcher busy with your PhD, no ways If you've just finished your PhD and you're busy with a postdoc, you can possibly go for a Y rating. But normally a rating call is based on a established researcher who's got some sort of research evidence, as published, as produced students, and is able to show that they can do research independently. So unless you are in that field, this is not the opportunities for you. Now, the big one where most of the opportunities that we can apply for sit is situated here. And I want to just quickly highlight, before I go into the others, the Tutuka program. Now, the Tutuka program is an incredibly useful and successful program. There's a lot of funding for it, and it's a developmental grant for those who are busy doing their master's, their PhD, and postdoc, and 5 years postdoc, and busy applying for a rating. So if you're busy with your master, for example, you can apply for funding in order to do your master. What is also very important in the Tutuka grant for both the master's and the PhD calls is that you can apply for a replacement lecturer. So while you are doing your MSc and PhD, there is money made available for your lecturing commitments to be taken care of, and allows you to then focus 100% on your research. So this is an incredibly useful grant to make access to, and there, as I said, quite a lot of funding. Now, the nice thing about this also is that if you get, for example, 100,000 from the NRF, the university also has to commit 100,000. So you double your NRF grant with a support from the university as well. This also allows you to get bursaries for students. But remember, if you're a master's student, you're not able to supervise. But if you're a PhD student, you can also apply under this for bursary grants. Now, the other one is for postdoc. You need to be less than, I think it's 45 years of age, have obtained your PhD in the last 5 years, and this will allow you to then also develop your research independently and not be dependent on your supervisor or host for funding. Then after that postdoc, you can then go for additional 5 years, which is called the rating track. And that allows you to then get funding to extend your research output to enable you then to apply for the more advanced research grants. So basically, if you go from master's, that's 2 years, PhD, a minimum 3 years. You can go postdoc, it's another 3 to 5 years, and then a rating track, which is another 3 to 5 years. So you can see your Tutuka grants can allow you to, for a long period, to gain funding, and it's a development grant, which is very nice for those starting on their career. The African Origins platform, it's very unlikely that anyone from us in Fort Hare is going to be able to apply for that. It's mainly focusing on paleontology or archaeology, and it's what we are sort of African Origins platform is a highly competitive, discipline-specific funding instrument which supports South Africa's geographic advantage in paleontological and archaeological research. So, as I said, that's very unlikely we're going to have anyone in that area. So you think, okay, black academics, I'm a black academic, that's a program I can look at. But if you look at the application guide, the eligibility there is for black, only black South African citizens, or with a disability. under PhD and post-PhD tracks. So unless you have a disability, that program is not for you. And I would then again refer you to the Tuka grant. So this one here is for academics with disabilities that are busy with their PhD or busy with postdocs. Now, the one Prof. Meyer will be talking about is a competitive program for rated and the competitive program for unrated. Now, the important thing here for the unrated is once you've completed your Tuka and you've completed your rating track, you can then still apply for this one, the competitive support for unrated researchers for one cycle, in other words, 5 years. Once you've done that, you cannot apply again, and then you are forced to apply in this area. But Prof. Meyer, I'm sure, will then focus on that one there. The earth sciences, this is the physical sciences. It looks more on the effect of climate change and the effect of climate change on earth systems, on weather and things like that. So it's very unlikely if you're not in the geology or geography or in those kind of areas that you will be successful in this funding. The foundation program, this is a big diversity program, and as I said before, this requires teams. The human social dynamics, William will be talking about social grants, so I'll leave that one to you. The marine and coastal research. Now, this is one that's come up recently, and it's a grant that is available for marine research, and eligibility for this is it's a highly competitive discipline-specific funding instrument, and it's underpinned by the overarching South African marine and Antarctic research strategy. The marine research plan focuses on understanding the role of biodiversity in maintaining ecosystems functionality and the relationship between human pressure and ecosystems. Now, you might think, wow, I'm not in that area. But if you think very well, a lot of the kind of research that we do could be adapted to fit into this. So that is one of the things you can look for. And then the New Earth Observation Frontiers, this is more for the GIS and the GIS and astronomers will fit into there. So that gives you the kind of program that you can be eligible for as a new and advanced researcher at Forte. Then we have targeted grants, which is NGAP. If you are busy with your PhD, or near to finishing your PhD, this is a very fantastic program to be involved with because it allows you to then be employed as a lecturer, and the university then is obliged after the period of funding to employ you as a lecturer. Then the other very interesting one is the travel and conference grants. Now, if you need to go overseas or locally, there's a conference funding grant which allows you to apply for funding to go to the conference. There's equipment-related travel, and there's a knowledge interchange and collaboration. Both of these allow you to travel both nationally and internationally in order to access knowledge or access equipment that is not available in your area or in your university, but is important for you to do your research. So you can apply for students to go to travel overseas and get access to very, very cutting-edge research equipment, or else you can go to the NRF Centers of Excellence, or else, for example, to the CSR, and you can then access equipment to allow you to do research there. You can also get the European and International Science Council's research grants, and these allow you to then also travel and attend and develop collaborations overseas. So when you're looking at your possibilities, If you look at these, and I want to just highlight the grey ones first, all the grey areas here, all the grey grants are, if you are in the area where you are now finishing your PhD or you're in a postdoc or early career. So you can basically, these are all development grants, and a lot of them allow you to apply for collaborations overseas. They also apply for travel grants and things like that, but they do not allow you to apply for the blue skies, the large team-based research, equipment grants, although small training equipment is allowed, yeah, travel, but not the large national equipment programs. The purple ones are basically mobility ones, customized ones to help you develop collaborations overseas or get access to equipment or to grants, funding overseas, and to enhance your standing overseas. So these are, if you want to go overseas and get access, or go somewhere in South Africa to get access to equipment, or to go and visit a researcher or collaborator, look at the pink ones. The ones indicated in white are the highly competitive grants and are normally for the advanced, well-established, rated researchers. So these are the top ones. This blue skies and centers of excellence are like the pinnacle of the NRF research programs. And then just underneath that is the concept notes, which require big teams. Then there's that biodiversity grant, which is a large grant, also requires teams. And then your infrastructure grant. Now, the infrastructure grant requires you to have apply for funding for equipment that is in excess of 2 million and less than 10 million for the NRF component. So normally this requires the university to support the grant with additional third. So if you're applying to the NRF for 10 million and you can get another 5 million from the university, you can apply for equipment up to the value of 15 million. Now, this must be one piece of equipment. It can't be a, as we say, a shopping list or a lot of pieces of equipment put together to make up the 15 million. And then the rated researchers and support for Y-rated researchers are more for the established researchers, very competitive, and the success rate here is between 60 and 75% of getting a grant in these. So when you're selecting an application, you go along, you made your choice, you select the application, you will then often or most times get access to a screen like this, and Prof. Meyer will then go through, hopefully with the competitive one, but most of them will typically have this. Now the background, yeah, you'll see there's a lot of the ticks here. If you have updated your CV, these will normally be ones that you don't have to go and recheck. If you haven't updated your CV, you will have to update these. Then the big thing here, the major portions comes down to the research project, the information. If you do not have a project proposal that is valid, that is scientifically sound and makes sense and can be done within the time frame, this often becomes a point where the review committees don't even look further. So this is a gate that you have to jump over, and if you do not make this, you can be rejected already over there. The other one is to make sure that ethical clearance is obtained before you apply, and then very important is your budget, and to make your budget reasonable and to make it applied or applicable to your research. So try and link, or not try, but you must link it to your research project and whatever you do in your research project. Then lastly, Applications that will not be considered for funding, in other words, we're thrown out immediately, are incomplete applications, applications where you have not read the guides and you're not eligible for, applications that are not submitted via the NRF online system, and applications that are not in English or in poor scientific language or have been found to be plagiarized. So please contact your research officer, which is Joyce Fontaine, to make sure that you, if you have any queries on which grants to apply for and what is available for you, and then ensure very much that you have adequate time, because there are cutoff dates that you have to meet. That's just evaluation. So let's just look at the cutoff dates. You have now the infrastructure bridging grant is finished. A lot of these now were 8th of March was the opening call. The 15th of March, 15th of May and August are open. So these institutional grants and the NRF postgrad scholarships and the general research grants are what's now available. As you can see, all of those, the 15th of May is the major date for your submission. The international grants, the travel grants, are around about September. There's some in March. So make sure you understand when these deadlines are, and they will only be opening, some are already open, but most of them will only be opening in June when the funding cycle for the Northern Hemisphere opens. Your Tutuka ones are already open, but you need to get it to the designated authority at UFH by the 30th of April. And then, yeah, so that is it. So, Prof. Simatele, unfortunately, I do have to leave, but I'm quite happy if attendees send me emails with any questions. I'm happy to respond to emails, or if they do need assistance with grant applications, I am available. People know my email address and they can contact me via email. So thank you, Chair. And if you will allow me then I'm already overdue at my next meeting to attend my next meeting and leave here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. But could you please show your face before you leave? Would like to see your face before you depart. I'm sure. Oh, okay. All right. We've seen you. We've seen you. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation. Colleagues, I hope that you all are still following. We continue to learn. Let us remember to check the Forte daily bulletin for any adverts on opportunities that are open to us. We've got a team that is dedicated to check around for any research alerts to circulate them for you. And let's remember also that we've been warned that in our applications, we should really be careful not to plagiarize, because that will be picked and disadvantage our applications. And remember to update your information, especially the CV. Do not circulate an old CV that does not that is not relevant to the call. Okay, Prof. Anthony, your hand is up. Are you wanting to ask something?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I just want, first of all, let me say a very big thank you to Graeme. That was a very detailed, well-crafted presentation that covers virtually everything. In fact, I hope that this presentation will be made available, especially for the benefit of the young researchers amongst us. It contains all the relevant information that you need about the NRF. But what I want to flag in particular, and that is in line with what I said earlier about the need to be internationally competitive. Okay, and which is also in relation to our internationalization agenda, are those facilities like the KIC grants and those travel grants that enables you to be able to travel out, go out to other places and see what other people are doing. You know, the privilege, the opportunities that are there for international exposure is so huge. I made it a point of duty for people that are mentored to send them out, well, at least once a year, go to some countries, attend the conferences, and go to use facilities out there. It will change your orientation about, you know, research, and you see what people are doing in relation to what you are doing, and then you can bring back new idea to the University of Fort Hare to help us to develop. Okay, so that was what I was referring to when I was talking about international competitiveness, and of course, it also helps to put our university, you know, make us more visible within the international space. So I want to encourage young people, young academics to exploit the immense benefit that are available for those international travel grants and you know, short visit grants and so on, to exploit it. And I can assure you that it will benefit you maximally. So yeah, that's what I just want to quickly flag, and to also thank. I hope this thing is recorded, because that information, that presentation, will be a very important resource for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment, Prof. Anthony. Is there anyone else who would like to say something before we move on to our next presenter, Professor Meyer? Prof. Meyer, are you ready?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I am.
Yes, maybe you can just show us your face. Okay, you're there. Oh, all right. I've seen you. So over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I can just share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edson Meyer. I'm the director of the Fort Hare Institute of Technology. I'm currently a C2 rated scientist with the NRF. Yeah, and perhaps before I start with the topic at hand, I would like to add to some of the speakers that came before me. First of all, regarding the CV, you know, recently we looked at applications for rating for some of the junior and not so junior staff who's applying for rating for the first time. And like it was said before, the CVs were not up to date. One particular issue that I had with some of them was, you know, you have a section where you have to identify your 5 best publications, and you know, people are not giving a lot of attention to this. When you select a publication, for instance, as your best publication, you need to give a reason why. And one of the silly reasons was that it was my first publication during my PhD. I mean, that's not a reason for it being the best publication in your list of publications. So these are simple things that I think we need to, you know, when we don't give enough time to the application, that we rush things and we put reasons like that. So you need to have a valid reason why this is the best publication. And also it must be clear how that publication, for instance, fit into the context of your research. Now for me, I mean, I'm the director of the Institute of Technology, so I need to say something about the Institute of Technology. And also, since I will be using some of what we are doing as examples in the presentation, just the context of our research, we have 4 focus areas. We're looking at solar energy, bioenergy, smart energy systems, as well as sustainable development. Now, for the solar energy, we look at various aspects of solar energy. And as you can see in this diagram, this is part of a much bigger project that is currently being funded by the Water Research Commission, and we're partnering with the Agricultural Research Commission. So we're only interested in the solar energy part and the bioenergy part. So our research is primarily on integrated energy matters. And on the solar energy part, we're looking at at from the deposition of the substrates to make the solar cells to actual large modules being installed on top of roofs, and to look at the performance monitoring over a long period of time. So from the biodigesters, we also look at microbial profiling, because we want to know which type of microbes are associated with maximum energy output of these digesters. So all of these, when we integrate them into a single domestic system or in a commercial setup, we want to integrate them in such a way that it results in sustainable development, so that there's real economic benefit to the beneficiaries of such a system. So this is the context of the research, and I think when we talked about the focus of one's research, it needs to fit into a bigger picture. We don't want to simply measure the speed of light to add another decimal place to that known value. So, when you, as a postdoctoral fellow, first of all, start to identify your niche or your new area of research, as mentioned by the previous speaker, we need to identify for which funding instrument am I going to apply for? Am I eligible for it? And then, as far as I'm concerned, you have to look at your effort versus potential outcome. I do not want to spend 1 month for a 50,000 Rand grant. If it's a 50,000 Rand grant, I want to spend appropriate time on that application, on the progress reports that I need to submit at the end of the academic year. So how much time I will spend on that's important for me, and how much money I can get out of this. So it needs to be spot on, because most of us, we have teaching loads, we have other things to do. This is not our only function at the university. So we need to make sure that we balance all of this. So in terms of this presentation, it's going to be very specific on the rated and unrated support that we get from the potential support that we get from the NRF. So I'll give a contextual overview of the grant, and then I'll look at the NRF institutional structure. So how do they deal with an application when it gets to them? I'll also talk a little bit about the objectives of these support programs, and then eligibility, which I think is important for us. Financing support, this is also what I would like to know upfront. What will be funded, what can be funded. If I cannot fund, for instance, staff members, do I still want to carry on with the application? Is it only for research, for equipment? I need to know this upfront. And then when you submit an application, whoever is reviewing the application, there's a scorecard. So for this application, for this presentation, I will share with you the current scorecard for these applications. And then somebody mentioned before the ethical considerations, and I'll talk a little bit about this and end it with the conflict of interest by both the reviewers as well as the researchers. So on the contextual overview, the programs are the competitive program for rated researchers. So in both cases, they are competitive. In other words, there's a limited amount of money for that academic year. Specifically for this support for these two, it's a demand-driven, discipline-specific funding instrument. So if you think back of the context of our research in the Institute of Technology, there's a lot of different sciences going into. We talk about microbiology, we talk about energy monitoring. So you talk about physics, you talk about statistics, you talk about microbiology, biology. So for us, it's multidisciplinary. So for this grant or for this support, it's very discipline specific. But as you'll see later on, they do allow for interdisciplinary. Since I think, the concept of doing only basic or only applied research is becoming more and more vague. Because when we talk about blue sky research, you need to start from basic, you need to go into applied. When we talk about innovation, it's not going to happen if you stick with only basic research. You need to go through the value chain to a product development or to a process development. to get to a point where you can talk about commercialization of your result. So the competitive program is designed for established researchers with a valid NRF rating. For the unrated researchers, it's designed for established researchers that have been out of the academia for re-entry into the NRF rating track. Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit more about this in subsequent slides. So the institutional structure, there are 3 directorates within the institute that will deal with any of the grants that you submit. The first one is the Knowledge Advancement and Support Directorate. Then there's the Reviews and Evaluation, and finally the Grants Management and System Administration. And all of them have their own functions. The first one would be the strategic direction and outcomes of a particular funding instrument. So if we talk about something that's very specific, like your biodiversity, that's a strategic direction that's aligned to national imperatives. The call for the support program that we're talking about here, it's very broad-based. So although it's discipline specific, it's not limited to a specific direction or a specific field of study. So whether it's in humanities, whether it's in law, in science and agriculture, it's allowed to apply for this. The only thing is you're standing as a rated researcher or as on your academic standing as an unrated researcher that you're applying for these. So the function of the reviews, it's very obvious that the review process, so they will handle all the review process, appoint all your reviewers, make sure that all the applications are sent to the reviewers and that the panel sits at one point to discuss all the successful or shortlisted applications, and they will be involved up to the recommendation of the grants, of awarding the grants. The grants management system, like it says, it's the posting of the research call, disbursement of the grant, and of course ensuring that those conditions of grants that you sign, that you adhere to those conditions. So for the objectives, the point really is to provide an environment where world-class research can be conducted. And this research, whether it be basic or applied, and although we said it's very discipline specific, it does allow for multi and transdisciplinary research along the innovation value chain. And I think a lot of these fundings are moving along those lines, where the Department of Science and Innovation is no longer looking at doing research for the sake of research, but looking at how this can improve the quality of life in South Africa, how this can contribute to the global environment to solve global issues like your energy, your water, your food problems that we're experiencing. So the objective is also to have, to allow the research to have a societal, environmental, or an economic impact. And of course, when we talk about an application year, you as a rated researcher would be the principal investigator, but you also have a co-investigator. And this is trying to get to a point where you have sufficient succession planning. So if you leave the university or something happens to you, there is somebody to continue the call. Because a lot of the funding that we receive, once a researcher leaves, then it's very difficult to pick up and actually continue to deliver on the original objectives and deliverables that were accepted. Also, the research, like I said, is supposed to just be the basic research. It needs to be sustainable, and hopefully it's inclusive in community engagement activities. So this is not a must. If some of our research will never involve community engagement. So in the scoring, as you'll see later on, when that's the case, then that part is actually falling away, so that the weighted scoring of the project is not disadvantaged towards other projects that have perhaps a strong community engagement activity associated with it. And because of the funding, the allowable budget items you have, there should be meaningful public awareness, should you then have community engagement activities. So the eligibility I think it's for all of us, it's important because you don't want to go halfway through the application and then find that I am not eligible because I'm not qualifying according to certain criteria. So a valid NRF rating of the principal applicant or investigator, this is a must. So the co-investigator obviously does not need to be rated. And this is also one of the ways of getting the younger researchers to get to a point where, they are able to apply for rating. And like I said, the previously rated scientists, who's been out of the academia, there is also the support for the unrated researchers. So you have to be formally affiliated to a South African higher education institution. In other words, anything from an emeritus professor to a contract researcher, contract lecturer. That is considered a formal affiliation with the university. If you have an appointment letter from a university and the contract on that appointment letter is longer than the funding cycle or the funding that you're applying for, the cycle there, then you are eligible to apply for this. Then, of course, very important is you have to spend a lot of time on designing your proposal in such a way that the scientific merit is abundantly clear. It is not, sometimes that it may not be an expert who's evaluating the project, so it needs to be absolutely clear what are you contributing or what are you proposing to contribute to the body of knowledge in that specific field. And we talked about the quality of the proposal. Simply the English. If the English is not there, if there are a lot of typos, if there's grammatical errors, then to me it's an insult if you submit something like that, because the reviewer would think that you did not, bother to take the time to actually read through it before you submit it. And as a PhD graduate, we all went through a PhD thesis. So by now we should know that, writing a paper, writing a thesis or a proposal in this case, it's very important to get it right, because this is the first impression that you make towards your reviewer. Also, you as a principal investigator, you're only allowed to have one grant at a time, but you can be the co-investigator for a second grant. So if you're in a group in a department working on a particular material or materials, in our case, we work for, let's say, dye-sensitized solar cells. So we have people looking specifically at the electrode, some people specifically looking at the counter electrode. And in that case, it will be two projects because they are too big to actually put together. So you'd have a principal investigator for the one, and you could be, because it's relevant to your work, you could be a co-investigator for the second one. The grant can run over a maximum of 3 years, minimum 1 year. And very important, you require ethical clearance certificate before the grant is being disbursed to the university. So in the past, they were not very strict about this. This is now a requirement. So even if you do get the grant, they will not give you the money until our ethics, the faculty ethics department or unit has actually issued a certificate for that particular research. So it's primarily used for research purposes with an estimated national budget of 30 million for 2022. So 30 million sounds like a lot of money, but if you think about, only 30 people being successful, that's 1 million per person, and I'm sure there are more than 30 people that, they would apply. And so that's why it's called competitive. So the following budget items are allowed: staff development grants and research-related operating costs. And the second one I will unpack a bit in the next slide or two. So all postgraduate funding for students will not be funded through this. It cannot be a budget item on this grant. So there are other, as mentioned by Prof. Bradley, through the postdoctoral fellowships, through, and all students need to apply in any case through the online system. So the staff development grants are only for non-NRF grant holders. So if you have, for instance, a Tutuka bursary or Tutuka grant, then you cannot benefit from the staff development grant. If a staff member is registered as an M&D student and supervised by the principal investigator, then that staff member would qualify for the grant, or any staff member that's directly involved in the approved NRF project. So this support typically ranges from 15 to 30,000 rand per annum. Yeah. Okay, and then when we unpack the research-related operating costs, the first item is sabbaticals. They allow a sabbatical of 6 months with a value of 80,000 rands, and it's only the principal investigators and the co-investigators who are eligible to benefit from this. The materials and supplies that are excluded, as in many of the NRF funding instruments, are your basic office equipment, including computers and consumables, unless the computer, for instance, is a high-performance computer that is required in computing certain algorithms, and so that is outlined in the project proposal. Basic office stationery, photocopying cost, printing, these are not allowed. Page fees, journal subscriptions, telephone, fax, internet costs, these are not allowed at all. So travel and subsistence, in addition to those grants that was mentioned by Graeme, you can budget for an international conference and travel for a maximum of up to 50,000 rand per year. So that would possibly amount to only 1 or 2 travels per year, or for 2 people to travel. Local conference, that's for 5 persons, 5,000 rand per person. And this includes all your costs, so whether you fly to the venue or, but it includes your accommodation, subsistence, and travel and registration. So, and then research equipment. So this is not an equipment geared funding instrument. So it's kept at 200,000 per application. So there are other instruments that you can use for larger costing equipment. So further related operating costs for research, technical, and ad hoc assistance. This support is not for salaries, so you cannot actually appoint a research assistant or a technical assistant to assist with it. So it is advised that you use the students' projects as part of your proposal, so that they're already doing the work and already getting a bursary from somewhere. But you cannot appoint someone as an assistant for this. There are, however, cases where you have a where you require highly specialized technical expertise that is not in your group, that is not at the university, and you need to appoint such a person on a consulting basis. So with a strong motivation, this can be considered. I'm not sure how successful it will be, but certainly the scope is there, or it is allowed to motivate for it. So just to emphasize, students will not be paid to do the research. So then there's the science engagement in your list of to do things when you open an application. You have science engagement. So here you need to, if you want to plan an event, you need to then, that would be the place where you would give more details on the activity. And then we talked already about funding to cater for disability. So additional funding will be allocated to cater for people with disability. And it's important to note that that funding is available should the need arise. Okay. So in terms of the review process, there would be the call of applications, the technical screening of applications, and the technical screening would be, is the application complete? You know, is there anything outstanding? Was it submitted on time? Before you even before they even open the application. Then there's the postal peer review of applications. So the applications are being sent to various reviewers across South Africa. Then the panel review and the recommendations. Nowadays, it would probably all be online. Then the funding decisions, and then the final approval. So the funding outcomes to the applicants and to the institutions, and then of course the feedback to unsuccessful applicants. I've applied once for this grant. I was unsuccessful, and they couldn't tell me really what was wrong. And you know, when I looked at my application again, I realized that it was a very broad application, and it would be difficult for me even at this point to say what would be the the impact of the research that I'm proposing in that application. So not all applications that you submit will be successful, but go and look at the reasons why it was unsuccessful and try and improve on those in subsequent applications. So the panel assessment score, and this is something that we're not always aware of, especially in the past. Nowadays, it's in the documentation that comes along with for the call. So the criteria, the sub-criteria is listed there, the details on all of that, and then the score and the weight of that score. So obviously, if you look at the weight here, 45% of your points is going towards your proposal. So the scientific merit and the feasibility. Is this really groundbreaking? Is this going to generate new knowledge? Is this contributing significantly to the field of knowledge? They say reflect on the proposed rationale, approach, and methodology, on the scientific, ethical, logistics, and technical feasibility as proposed. So, it's something that you're not going to write in an afternoon. You cannot decide the day before the internal deadline that I want to apply for this grant. It's something that you need to work on almost for the entire year and make sure that you get everything spot on. You improve on it continuously. The track record of the applicant, this is something that you can do nothing about if you haven't been active and publishing in high quality journals at least for the past 5 to 8 years. A lot of us are publishing for the sake of publishing, and we're not looking at the type of journals that we're publishing. Is it really, are people looking at what I'm saying? Am the article being cited by other researchers? So what impact do you have? Are people just noting what you're saying, or are they actually using the information that you give or that you found in your publication to do their work? So 5%, so here, all of these are, the weight of 5%, it adds a lot in the end. So equity, and I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end, where there's a set score chart for equity. Then collaborations. You may find that you don't have any collaborations at the moment, so you have to really look at, who do I approach to collaborate on this? Who are the leaders in South Africa? Who are the leaders in the world? And like I say, this is something that's not going to happen overnight. So you have to, make contact with researchers in South Africa, abroad. And as we know, not all of us, or most of us, will not have the time to immediately respond to an extensive request for information from somebody who wants to collaborate. So, you have to give people time. You have to be, your planning in executing this must be spot on. So are the collaborations appropriate? Do you have collaborations within your institution, outside of your institution, nationally, provincially, nationally, internationally? So all of these, it's 5%, but if you get, 5 out of 5 here, then, or at least 4 out of 4, that will give you, in the end, will make quite a bit of difference. So then there's, on this slide, the impacts that you have. We talked about this. Will the proposed work significantly advance discovery and understanding in the field? It's a 10% weight. Has the possibility for economic, societal, environmental impact been appropriately embedded in the proposal? So it must be clear. So this is where, you have to have a proposal of high quality, where you really think about what you're saying. and not just write a sentence because, just to write something in the field for all the application. Then finally, the data management plan. Now, we're not sure whether the university has a data management plan. We have had this issue in the past with some of our contracts. We've done some contract work for Eskom in their demand-side management, and it's important for them how we store the data, because it's confidential data from clients who are trying to improve the energy efficiency in their buildings. So, we would go and measure the energy consumption before and after whatever the intervention was that was done by an external contractor. So that information is sensitive information, and it was important for them to make sure that we actually store that information in a secure manner. So it might be also the time for the university to look at a platform where we can secure any data, that we have a depository where we can, keep all data securely stored. In the library, we do have all the theses, for instance, that is kept on record. I'm not sure how secure that is, because some of that information are intellectual property or potential intellectual property. So these are the things that we need to explore as a university, as an institution, so that there is a formal, because in most of the applications, the requirement is that there must be a formal data management plan. So we say when we generate a publication, the data that we've used to generate the publication or the research that we've done resulting in the data, that is stored securely on a server somewhere. And this is how you would access that data, and certain people have the rights to access that information. So in some instances, the research that we do, we work with people with the like ID numbers and addresses of people. So it's important for us to store that information securely. Then the proposal grading. So the out of 4 score that you see in the previous slide, the score there, the out of 4. If you get 4 out of 4 in a section, then it means that the application demonstrates evidence of outstanding performance across all the stated criteria as determined by the panel and relative to the knowledge field under consideration. So, and then it goes down to poor, to their major flaws, major shortcomings, as related to the scientific scholarly merit, and of course your plagiarism would also fall into the section here. So if you do get a 0, imagine on a 45% weighted score you do get 0, then it's not even worth going further than that. It means that you have to score at least 100% on all the other items. So the preset equity scores that I alluded to earlier on. So for disabled people, there's a preset score of 4. For black male, female, young, would be 4. Black male, not young, that's me, would be 3. The white female, and so on. So it should be noted that non-South African citizens and permanent residents are considered white females or males as is appropriate. I don't know whether this is only for this application or for this funding instrument, or whether this is a preset equity score across the board. I don't know, maybe one of the other, unfortunately, Prof. Bradley is no longer here, so he probably would have given us some insight into that. So in terms of the conflict of interest, we do, when we put in an application, we have the option of selecting people that we don't want to see our application or do not consider our application. If you give the reason is I don't like that person, that's probably not a good reason to put that person's name there as an excluded reviewer. But all reviewers, all individuals must sign a non-disclosure agreement. So whether you do, in our case, we do get additional funding from the Technology Innovation Agency, and they're not very keen on us sharing any of the information that they're funding with in any other proposal or publication. So we require everybody to sign a non-disclosure agreement before you get access to the application. And we also try not to give too much detail in the application. So all panel members, whether they know you or not, must declare a potential conflict of interest, whether they know you professionally or you are competing on another grant, that must be declared. And in case of such a declared conflict of interest, the individual is released from assessing the specific application. So that reviewer may be requested to recuse him or herself from the discussion of the specific application. So each time a panel member is recused, there must be a record of that as well, so that if you request it afterwards, that there is a record and they can share it with you if you, for instance, dispute the outcome of your application. So ethical considerations, the review process relies on the integrity and accountability of the reviewers as well as applicants. So it's important that we do not use plagiarism or just copy and paste from the internet in our proposals. Then we don't expect this of our postgraduate students, or yes, of our postgraduate students. So at this level, we shouldn't expect it of ourselves to do this. This has been going around. There's been a disturbing increase in cases of plagiarism, as was mentioned before. So it's viewed in a very serious light. And the blacklisting, as Graeme said, that's a real thing. Then there's also a fronting of applicants in response to the NRF's transformation agenda, where inexperienced principal investigators of color are asked to head applications as there's a mistaken belief that these applicants will receive special favor. In terms of the preset scores, the equity scores, that's the only place where you will benefit, but everywhere else you will not receive any special favors on this. So I think that's the end of my presentation, and I must acknowledge the people from the NRF who assisted me, who is specifically involved in this funding instrument. So at one point or another, if you do use this funding instrument, you will deal with one of the three ladies that's listed there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that very enlightening presentation. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions to this presentation? Okay, Prof. Anthony, I see your hand. Is there anyone else? Okay, there's only one hand for now. Please go ahead, Prof.
Oh, okay. If there is anyone else, I will prefer to step down, let the person ask first, then I can come on.
You're currently the only hand.
Only
Please
one.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to be the only one talking and talking and talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah. No, thank you very much, Professor Meyer. That's an excellent presentation, and yet another very important document for us. And I hope that all these presentations will be made available to everyone and not just attendees, because they contain quite a lot of information that will be very useful to the whole university research fraternity. Having said that, I want to also say, even though Professor Meyer mentioned in the last slide, I wasn't very sure how this will affect this comment. And that is the fact that, it is on record that response to calls for this kind of grants, and indeed many NRF grants, responses from previously historically disadvantaged institutions are usually very, very low, okay, including Fort Hare, very, very low. But I know that indeed, I'm not sure if it's crafted in policy, but I think there are some kind of efforts to try as much as possible to encourage applications from previously historically disadvantaged institutions like our university, to getting some of these grants. And indeed, there seems to be some kind of a preference. You know, you find out you stand a better chance if you're coming from a previously historically disadvantaged university, you stand a good chance or some kind of advantage over those from the previously advantaged universities. So what I'm trying to say is to encourage all of us in the University of Hare to respond to these calls, respond to as many as possible. You know, you never can tell which one will be successful. So let us respond to the calls. And I think that thing is, unless they have done away with trying to encourage the previously historically disadvantaged institutions, but there seems to be some kind of soft spots for applications that are coming from these domains. So just to encourage us to, you know, respond to the calls. Otherwise, I'd like to again thank Professor Meyer for the excellent presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Anthony, for that comment. Is there any other hand? Prof. Anthony, your hand is still up. Are you wanting to ask further questions?
No, sorry. I've raised down my hand. Brought down my hand.
I think, Prof. Anthony, you've been the most active, you know, participant, and we'd like to see your face. You've been really, you've been so active. To be interesting to see your face as well, if you don't mind. Prof. Meyer, your hand is up. Are you wanting to say something?
Yes, please. Perhaps, thanks, Chair. Perhaps just echoing regarding the funding opportunities available out there. You know, we're only talking about NRF applications at this point, but there are a number of others that can get you started, that can keep you on track of your research plan. So, you know, if an application is unsuccessful, do not stop there. Do not lose hope. You know, you will find one or two that will fund your research and that will deem your research worthy of funding. For us, we, you know, because of the nature of our work and the interdisciplinary nature, you know, we can access a number of institutions for funding, like the Water Research Commission, together with the Energy Research Program at the Department of Science and Innovations. I mentioned that we have done some work for Eskom through the Tertiary Education Support Program, as well as the Demand Side Management. We have a number of seed-funded technology innovation agency-funded projects. We have recently started talking to institutions in Africa and Europe to partake in the long-term European African program on renewable energy. So, you know, and it all starts with, you know, the type and quality of research that you do, where you published this research. This is where you start to get noticed by people outside of your normal ring of peers. You know, when people start asking your opinion about things, you know, that you've never met before, this is when you know that you are really starting to be noticed, and, you know, people are taking note of what you're saying. So it really starts right on the ground when you decide on what journal you're going to publish in, you know, and for people to see, you know, and even if it's rejected, you know, the comments that you get from a journal that's been rejected, that rejects your paper, you know, if you you know, do those corrections, you can submit it to somewhere else, you know, as an improved paper. And all of this, you know, is improving your academic standing, which in turn will make people notice what you say, so that they sit up when you start talking, and people want to partner with you in the long term. So for the young researchers out there, you know, if you get a rejection, that's not the end of the road. You know, just make sure that you have your plan, as mentioned right at the beginning. You have your research plan and you stick to it, regardless of whatever opportunities come along or whatever setbacks come along. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. I think we would now safely move to our next presenter, Professor Willie Chinyamurindi, who's going to lead us on opportunities for funding that are available for social scientists. Prof. Willie, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chair.
You can show your face if you'd like to do so.
Okay, let me just do this first. Then I don't know if my screen is showing.
Yes, but you can put it on slideshow so that it doesn't show the side panel.
Sure. Oh, okay. All right, right.
But it's up to you. Well, if you're fine with the side panels, it's okay.
No, I just, yeah, let me just sort it out. So I can start, Chair, while this is happening in the background. Good morning, everyone, and welcome and thank you to all the people who've attended this session. And I'm also grateful for the 3 speakers who've spoken before me, because I managed to get quite a number of points as well that I'm also trying to figure out in my work to become also better. Particularly, there's a point that Professor Meyer spoke about, which is this issue of data management. It's something that I'm currently experiencing. In the last year, we've been working on one of the calls that was flagged, which is the one with Switzerland. So we found a partner in Switzerland together with another colleague at UWC. So what we are picking up is that the overseas universities are big on that, because they've also asked us to say, look, what is your data management policy and things like that. So I think this is something that just you get to learn as you also work on your presentation and on your grants as well. So what I'm going to talk about is to explore the range of funding options that are available in the social sciences. And Prof. Bradley spoke at length about some of them, and so did Prof. Meyer. I think I'll just zero in then on trying to give you a generic presentation on some of my experiences of applying to the NRF for funding. And like also has been said by Prof. Meyer, I also suffer from this thing of rejection. The first time I think I ever applied, I got rejected. And you know, it hits you, but you start to then learn from the process. I always appreciate if it's a rejection with feedback. That then helps you to actually then say, look, this is how I'm going to improve. I mean, one time I got a funding from the NRF, but then the NRF then wrote that the project is fundable, but we don't have any funds to give you. So that was necessarily a rejection, but there was no money for the project. But it then helped the confidence, because that was the second attempt I had with NRF. And thereafter, last year, 1 or 2 successes and 1 or 2 rejections as well. So you get to learn as you go on. And that's what I'm going to talk about, particularly to the social sciences. Prof. Anthony raised an important point about the perception that a lot of students from our so-called historically disadvantaged institution, a lot of students and staff rather, from our historically disadvantaged institutions are not applying. In some of the reviews that I've set with the NRF, this has been raised as an issue. I mean, I'll give you an example. If you look at the Swiss call that's open currently, one of the requirements for that call is that the principal investigator must be from any of the historically disadvantaged universities, Forte, Zululand, Wusu, UWC, Venda, Limpopo. They've also included Mangosuthu there. So I think the NRF is trying on that front to try and get more and more people from our institutions to apply. And it can only mean good things for us, because we must be part of the process of applying. In a very simplistic point of view, the grant seeking process is where, your priorities must be in right place. I mean, I really enjoyed Prof. Simatele and Prof. Meyer's interventions, particularly in encouraging us to have some form of priority, research priority, and Prof. Meyer's last point about when you get calls and input from people to say, what is your opinion on A, B, C, and D? It simply means that there's recognition that your work is being seen in a positive light. So part and parcel of the process of seeking for funding is the idea of also making sure you gather information. And it's not only information about the project, but also who you're going to work with, and also the range of sources that are available. In this case, we narrow focus to the NRF. You then write the proposal, and I totally agree with Prof. Meyer. This is not something that can be done overnight. This is something that you must make sure that you start when there's time. I mean, sometimes when we sit in review committees, you can actually see a proposal that's just been done overnight and for the sake of just submitting. And then you submit the proposal, your proposal is either funded or not funded, and I always appreciate the issues of feedback. But there's a wider context happening here. And for me, the wider context is understanding what is happening within the areas that we are working in, particularly knowing that we are faced with the issue of austerity. There are limitations, cutbacks. I won't mention the current news story about what's happening at Wits University, but at the center of that is this whole issue of austerity and managing austerity and trying to find ways in which money channeled towards certain imperatives has to be redirected in response to even challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic. For some of us, and depending on the stage at which you are, there are also demands for progression in your careers, and that demand for progression also features into asking questions around your contribution, particularly as a scholar, your contribution in sourcing funding, your contribution in making sure that this idea I've written here of academic capabilities are developed and through the money that you bring in. And the reality is really in a context of austerity, for you to flourish and to do some of the noble things you might want to do, this is all dependent on your ability to be able to source funds, not necessarily source funds internally. And I know we all run to the GMRDC for funding, but it's also sourcing funding externally as well. There's also talk and a move towards more collaborative work. Funders are looking for research to fund, which is collaborative in nature. And I'm going to share with you some of the experiences we've had here. Priority is also given across collaboration that across disciplines and even geography. So sometimes once a year, I always get emails from people in Russia, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, people I don't even know, who say, please, could you work with us? And then when you go and read the call document, you'll actually realize that the stipulation for the funding is that they must find somebody from, if you like, the so-called developing world. And I think there's also a morality issue to address there, particularly how you see it, to say, are you just a token to be seen as a geographical token that you're coming from this particular context that we just want to work with you, or are they really engaging and interacting with your work? I always find it heartwarming when people who are within the circle that I'm in, even internationally, are the ones who come and say, look, this is what we want to work with. Prof. Muna then spoke at length, and the issue here is about research that is impactful. It's no longer, some say, always about saying I've got 10 articles in a year or whatever it is. It's about saying this one article that is published in this one journal is generating so much talk and interest and desire and conversation around the field that I'm in. So what we need to be moving towards as we seek for funding also is to move towards this quest and idea of saying our research needs to be impactful. So let me present to you 3 possible scenarios. You can apply and then be funded, which is, I guess, the ideal. Or you can apply and then not be funded. Then that's another little challenge. With some psychological ramifications, of course. Number 3, don't apply. At least you won't be disappointed in number 2. But what if you apply and you are funded as in number 1? So if scenario number 3 now has now been linked to perceptions around your productivity within the academic ecosystem. I mean, if you're going to apply for promotion, if you're going to apply for tenure, you know, all these things, you must be seen to have some form of experience in some of these things. So I would strongly urge people to adopt scenario number 1. And even if you don't get funded, just keep trying, use each and every experience that you have to try and improve on the situation. So one of my attempts when I arrived at Hare a couple of years ago, which came out into a big rejection, was to try and link ideas of capacity building, which is something I'm into with regard to human capacity building in rural communities. I wrote a grant with the NRF for the IKS, and I got a thank you for your time and effort in investing in the instrument. We regret to inform you. And you can only imagine how devastating this is and how sad this is. And subsequently, the feedback helped and improved not just the NRF grants, but also other grants that I've applied for. And I want to share with you one success one, which is something we're currently busy with, which we actually had our first year meeting yesterday. When you apply, and in this case, what I decided to do with this particular project was to say Hare is going to be at the center of the project to bring other staff members from historically disadvantaged universities on a collaborative grant. And yes, it's a contested term. Some people don't like the fact that we can go out there searching for money using such. But I think for this particular project, it worked well for us, and we're currently enjoying the fruits of this collaboration, not only us, but the students that we have. So this is a scenario of success. And in so doing, in a very unorthodox manner, let me leave with you some models through which how we can seek for funding. Now, you'll not find some of these models, or if not all of them, in a textbook. This is just based on my fascination as a social scientist in always finding human lived experience stories that we can make a link with to ideas that we're experiencing. So the first one I've called it the KFC model of searching for research funding. A year ago or so, you would remember this went viral when a couple proposed, at KFC, and Black Twitter came to their aid. Everybody said, no, we'll give you this for the wedding, and boom, they just went into this amazing frenzy about how they, the couple's interest story. Now, it could be that this guy was genuine and he didn't want the publicity, but it so happened that through his efforts, he managed to get publicity. I was doing a workshop like this in Zambia a year and a half ago, and then somebody then informed me that the couple is actually contemplating divorce or something, and that just ruined my story. So I'm going to ignore the divorce part of the story. But what do we learn about this way of seeking for funding rather not intentionally, but it's genuinely authentic. It's happening in a resource-constrained environment. He didn't have to go to, to expensive hotel. He just worked with what he had in the current context that he was in. It attracted attention and responses, but however, it opened up this couple to scrutiny and vulnerability. Some people thought they were fake. Some people thought it was just attention-seeking. But that is the nature of how we approach searching for funding. We ought to be innovative about our approach in how we are going to seek funding. I mean, I'm not saying you color your grant application in pink or something like that, but what I'm saying is that it's about also playing to what is happening around you and finding ways of making links to this. And until recently, I've discovered that this is actually a game that a lot of people do to actually improve their applications. And working with this Swiss partner that we're doing to submit this grant that we're working on, I'm actually seeing this happens a lot. The issue of resource constraints, I will not tell you more about this because we work in a very resource constrained context, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we wallow and get comfortable to say, no, we're just 40, poor, blah, blah, blah. But we must find ways of actually opening up, and even if it means to scrutiny and vulnerability, but we must find ways of going out there and seeking to be deliberate. And then I came across another fascinating story, which I've called the Valentino Acker model of searching for funding. Now, this couple is known to have the shortest Hollywood marriage, which basically lasted for 20 minutes. No. It's short in the sense that they were married in 1919, but barely before the service was over, the bride began to regret and have second thoughts about this proposed new union. And within the same day, divorce proceedings were summoned and blah, 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 blah. The issue here is that the relationship ended before it started. There was no conscious thought. There was lack of commitment and lack of understanding of the other. And it happens a lot in funding applications. You know, you can see, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will agree with me, you can see a proposal that has just been put up the night before of the due date. And usually these end before they start because and the committees are very harsh sometimes to actually say, look, this project is talking about decent work, but they don't even mention Sustainable Development Goal number 8. They don't even mention some of the key thought leaders in this area. So that then becomes so apparent that it is easy then to dismiss that particular project. Then finally, a third one, which I've said is called the Robin Hood model for searching for funding. I mean, Robin Hood, known in English folklore as this guy who stole from the rich to give to the poor, and I put stole in operative words. But what I like about the story is that he was so deliberate. He would go out there, look for opportunity, and then he uses that opportunity for the greater good in mind. And the good is defined as well by the individual. Now, this model I like because it then makes me sit at the University of Fort Hare and say to myself every week, every Monday when I start the day, what is out there? What opportunities are out there that I can improve myself? And I'm not going to lie. You must never negate the idea of self-improvement, but also improve others around me, my colleagues, my students, and our institution as well. So for some, they could argue, funding, is it really about money, yes or no? And I think it's really about both, but it's also about trying to use the money for a greater good. And then this good that I'm talking about is then actually calls us to have good practices in how we approach the process of applying for funding. Now, I'm going to skip, I'll make the presentation available. Some things have been mentioned by my colleagues, and then I'll build it into the end where we talk about what's available. So there has to be good practice, your long-term goals. Prof. Muna spoke about that. But in essence, nothing beats a good idea. Even if your idea is not funded by a certain funder, it doesn't mean that the idea should just die because you wanted the idea to be raised by the fact that you're looking for funding. I mean, you must find ways of making sure that the idea comes to fruition. So nothing beats a good idea. Be realistic. Prof. Meyer painted a very good scenario where there's too few millions being chased after by too many people. And so it's a competitive market as to the best ideas. So make your presentation clear, simple, easy to read, to follow, and a realistic budget, which we'll talk about in the end and share with you an experience. So develop your idea, and this doesn't mean you develop the idea 2 days before the deadline. So if some of the calls are going to be a bit late for you, what you can do is you know definitely which calls will be open from next year. So you can start working on them this year in preparation for the following year. And also ask for critical engagement from other people to say, what do you think of this? But from a marketing point of view, there's also idea of issue selling, making a good impression, being well prepared, letting your message come out clearly, delivering that clear message. And this is something that you learn with time. It's not going to just happen overnight and wham, you are at the peak of that. But so you must also do that. A clear gap of what your research is going to fill. Is it applied research? Is it basic research? Is there policy ramifications? What are they and how do they link with what you're trying to do? But the four most important things I want to leave to you about the importance of grant writing are as follows. Read the instructions, that's number one, and understand the instructions and follow the instructions. Number two, read the instructions again, understand the instructions, and that keeps on going on and on. I get the sense that sometimes we don't read instructions. I know of somebody who applied for an NRF grant, which they did not qualify for, but because they didn't read the instructions, they wrote the entire thing. And it was so easy for the NRF to then write to him and say to him, unfortunately, you do not qualify for this grant because you don't have certain requirements. So there's necessity to read those instructions, and that is your framing guide to tell you what you ought to cover. You can ask questions which are answerable, but you must also ask questions which are realistic within the goals that you want to achieve. Often some people have very lofty, bold goals, and then a panel has to sit and then say, we like the idea, but the goals are a bit too lofty for the budget and for the funding time period. So you can propose technical approaches which are within the realm of your discipline or your expertise. But really the core thing also is the type of budget that you want. Read the instructions. You can remember, sometimes it's easy for people because this is money that is not their own. So what they do is that when they are asked, how much do you want? It's easy for someone to say, well, I want 2 million rand. But if you read the instructions, sometimes the instructions will tell you that we only have a total of 10 million to be funded across the country. And so if you're going to take 2 million out of the 10 million, there must be some consideration of a realistic budget, that you don't undersell yourself, but also you don't oversell yourself, so that you know it's easy for you. And you must be aware of what is funded and what is not funded. Sometimes certain things are allowed, certain things are not allowed. At one stage, when we had a funding outcome, successful outcome in a collaborative grant, some members of the team felt that everybody should get a laptop. And it was easy for me then to go to whatever document there was there that, you know, laptops were not to be purchased. In fact, sometimes the reason why I believe we do these things in higher education is because the National Research Foundation leverages off the existing resources that are there internally to be able to work with, and that then saves them costs in terms of what can be bought and what cannot be bought. So instructions again become important. So I would share with you, in my experience in the last 5 years, I've managed to receive funding internally from the NRF, the MRC, the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, the Department of Science, Tech and Innovation, and also the CSIR. Particularly, the purpose of the talk today is really to narrow focus on our good friends, the NRF. The NRF, in terms of funding available for the social sciences, I think Prof. Bradley spoke about some of them. The one that I could easily pick up and recommend is the Human and Social Dynamics Funding Instrument. This is offered by the NRF, but it is offered addressing a couple of themes that are in line with the NRF. I've just completed a cycle, a 3-year cycle on the Human Social Dynamics grant, and it's a very useful funding instrument, particularly for social scientists, because it really helps us in advancing the cause of science, but looking at also human behavior and the dynamics of society. What they've done this year is they've made the call out. All the documents are available on the NRF website, but they've put certain thematic areas that people must be able to research along. So you must find those thematic areas, and once you find those thematic areas, you then have to make sure your proposal aligns with those thematic areas. And the thematic areas are science, technology, and society. That's the first one. The second one is the dynamics of human social behavior. The third one is social cohesion and identity. And the fourth one is societal change, evolution of society, excuse me. And so ideally, your project should be within those parameters. The eligibility of that is they are looking for people with PhDs and those without PhDs. I'll come back to that, but one of the things in the call is that excessive budgets are not well received by the review panel. And in the call document, that's actually put in bold. Applicants will be scored according to a scorecard. I think Prof. Meyer outlined that. The final number of applicants that will be supported will be determined by the available budget, which is approximately 8 million rand per year for 2022 to 2024. So if you look at it, 8 million rand is not a lot of money. And this amount includes research-related costs, including postdoctoral fellowships. So in the past, what they would do is they'll give you money for your research-related costs and then money for the postdoctoral fellowships. But what I'm finding now is that you know, when you get money from the NRF, I like the current competitive support for rated researchers I've got, there is more money for postdoctoral fellowships than money for research-related costs. So I've got 2 postdoctoral fellowships to start next year and the following year. And then in terms of research-related costs, it's a minimal below 50,000 rand. So that's also attests to the challenges that we have. So a PhD is not an applicant prerequisite, so you don't have to have a PhD, but there are some things. Applicants must be engaged in some form of social science or humanities research and must be employed by the university and recognized, well, the university. Full-time employees that recognize research institutions can apply. And also the idea of the part-time employees on contract can also be co-opted into this. And again, Prof. Meyer mentioned the idea that you must get some form of institutional clearance before taking part in the research. The travel grants, the international grants, some of them will have an allowance for international engagement that is within the social sciences. So this one from Switzerland that we're working on now actually does not have any restriction. it actually says we can work on any project that we want. And so we've located our project within the social sciences. But what we're excited about is that the project, the principal investigator for the project must be from an HDI. And so that also attests to the quest for advancement that is happening in terms of getting more and more HDIs to take part. There are other programs that are there. I think Prof. Bradley spoke about them as well. The Black Advancement Program, a very elaborate and intentional funding instrument meant to assist and also a safe passageway for Black academics, researchers to come into the landscape. A colleague of mine and a friend of mine at Stellenbosch has received this one, and it's really helping them as they seek to obviously move towards advancing their career, number one, but also number two, to be able to support them in terms of attaining rating, particularly for Black South African early career academics, especially Black and fellow researchers and people living with disabilities. So this instrument is very, very particular because it will have two tracks, the PhD track and the post-PhD track, closely similar to Tutuka, but it's really meant to support people who are trying to get a head start into this field. Noteworthy is that when you apply, there must be a nomination that comes with the application from the DVC research or equivalent where the applicant is located. Yeah, so that's really, really more on really allowing for more participation in space in the sector in terms of Black academics. Then Prof. Meyer spoke about the competitive support for rated researchers and unrated researchers. So you could still use this and promote your social science engagement, which is still fine. There's also Tutuka, closely similar to the program on the Black advancement. The Tutuka would have a PhD track, post-PhD track, to assist also with issues related to rating and so forth. And then finally, the other one I can note is the KIC, which I've managed to receive in the past 3-4 years as well. You can only get it, I think, after every 2 years or so. This allows you to be able to engage and attend to any form of interchange and collaboration. So in one stage, I used it to go to a conference in Ethiopia, and you get your conference acceptance letter, you put it in there, and then you also have to write a report on your return to say this is how the funding has helped. I mean, a core issue as I end is the issue of reporting. It's nice to spend all this money, but we must also see it as our duty to actually be part of the process of making sure that we are acknowledging our funders, number one, but also making sure that we are reporting the experiences that we've had with the funding. We received funding a couple of years ago from NHISS to do an African Pathways trip. I think Prof. Simatele was part of that. We went to Zambia, and one of the things we then did was to actually use some of the funding money to hire out somebody who was a videographer to come to one of our workshops, and for the whole day they assisted, they were taking pictures and also videos, and then we then created a video footage, and then which we also gave to the funder to also say, look, in addition to the report that we submit, this is also what's happening. Finally, Chair, we must also explore outlets of expression such as what we call science engagement events. It could be a newsletter, newspaper write-up, media engagement, where we acknowledge also not only the funding that we are receiving, but also the work that is being done with the funding that we are receiving. Thank you, Chair, and wish all the colleagues all the best as they apply for their funding.
Thank you, Prof. Willie, for that insightful presentation on all the opportunities that are available for social scientists. I hope that colleagues here took down notes and would do the applications and hopefully receive positive feedback. Right, colleagues, we are free to ask questions now. We are almost at the end of the program. But I don't know, Prof. Willie, as an MC of this, whether I'm also allowed to pose my own question. I was just thinking of, you know, funding in the context of COVID-19 and all the restrictions that are currently in place because of the pandemic. For example, in some disciplines, a lot of research really needs primary data that you obtain out there in the field, and it has become maybe through travel, not even through telephones, maybe through going there and participating in the case if you were to use maybe ethnography. But now with all, you know, these restrictions and the like, suppose somebody had funding maybe for 3 years, and in the middle of that funding now you are finding all these problems that the methodology that you proposed when you actually applied for that funding is no longer practical in the context of what is currently happening. How does one then maneuver, or maybe you haven't really looked at that, you're just focusing on how to get the funding itself and not the dynamics that one might encounter upon receipt of that funding?
So thanks a lot, Doc. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, when we had a funders meeting with the CSIR, I think the purpose of that meeting also allows for that platform to say, okay, what are your deliverables? What is working and what is not working? Please, let's work together in terms of just getting feedback in terms of the progress so that we can see what is happening. But I think every year we do write reports to our funders to let them know what we are doing and what we have done. I think this could be a useful outlet and a platform to actually let the funder know of challenges that are happening. For instance, challenges around COVID. COVID is not allowing us to travel. So if you had written that you were going to go to a conference around this time, you obviously just need to write the report. And some conferences obviously have gone virtual. So it's also letting the funder know that, well, we may not do it in a way that we had envisaged, but this is the alternative that we are going to try and make sure there's still the same impact in a different format.
Thank you, Prof. Any other questions, colleagues, or comments? I think I don't see any hand. Okay, is there a hand there? Prof, okay, there is Mali Viwe. You can please go ahead and ask a question or comment.
All right, thanks, Doc. Let me first thank all the presenters for today. My question will be a bit generic, and it will be revolving around what Professor Munacinga talked about earlier about the 5-year research plan. She talked about 3 things there about the issues relating to grants. We have to think about research. We have to also think about publications. That's what she said we need to consider when we are looking at the research plan that we are planning. But there is another context that I want to bring to the discussions today about teaching, which most of us as young researchers or upcoming researchers are faced with. You'll find that most of the time we spend our time in class, and apparently I think the university has not really appreciated the issue relating to the scholarship of teaching, which I assume that it's one of the key things that we need to take advantage of, given that most of our time we spend in class. What is maybe the Prof. Willie's views on that aspect? Thank you.
All right, Prof. Willie, would you like to respond now, or would you like to take another question from Prof. Anthony?
I think we can take Prof. Anthony and then we come back.
Okay, Prof. Anthony, over to you. You've muted yourself. Prof. Anthony, we can't.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Willie. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I don't have a question. I just want to emphasize one or two things from the presentation of Professor Willie. I really love the three scenarios that you articulated in one of your slides, and indeed that is that is it. I mean, if you don't try, you don't get. You know, if you don't ask, that's the principle. If you don't ask, you don't get. If you don't apply, no one is going to consider you stand no chance of being considered at all. And if you apply, you stand a chance of getting. So I really love that the three scenarios that you painted, and I hope that people will take that as a guide and be guided subsequently going forward. Indeed, another very important point that I can bring out of Willie's presentation is the fact that you can see all the numerous platforms and opportunities that exist, even in the social sciences. It's not only in the science, even in the social sciences, because I've had some people say, no, there are no facilities, no granting facilities, no for social sciences and humanities, everything is in science. It is absolutely not true. Professor Willie is a social scientist, for God's sake, and see all the wonderful, grants that he has attracted and all the platforms that he has made available to us. There are so many of these there. So please let us let us leave our comfort zone. That was also what I was also emphasizing when I was saying that you need to be able to live. Don't rely exclusively on what you can get from the University of Hare, what GMRDC can give you. GMRDC only give maybe 50,000 or 60,000 maximum. That, as far as I'm concerned, should be reserved for young people, junior people who are coming, not senior people. At some point, you have to leave your comfort zone, leave Hare, University of Hare, and go and attract more funds from other platforms into the university. Exploit all these platforms that have been listed, the NRF and so many other platforms that exist out there. In fact, I've suggested this before at other forums that indeed perhaps professors should be banned from accessing GMRDC funding. GMRDC funding should be left for junior people and people who are just coming on board the university. While senior people must go out to search for their own, to attract their own funding. So this is a personal view, and of course it's open to you can disagree with me on that. Another important point that I picked from Willie's presentation is the issue of collaboration. Okay, and the issue of collaboration also, because it boils down from the point that people know that you are able or capable to do certain things. And the only way that people can know that you are able or capable to do certain things is by your output. and indeed your output in international portals. Okay, publish your paper in places where it can be accessed internationally, and then you will begin to receive a lot of invites for collaboration and so on, because that is the way to go now in research. Collaboration is the way to go now in research. And lastly, before I step down, the last comment by my brother Maliviwe. This is a personal view, and I think that people have to be very, very careful on this thing about teaching workload and how it's. I mean, we don't want to. Teaching is one of our mandates, just like research is also one of our mandates. The mandate of an academic is teaching, research, community engagement. Okay. But perhaps, yes, we know that it is internationally recognized, whether we like it or not. Sometimes people want to gloss over it. If you want to be a successful academic, it is your output that people look at. It's your output that promotes you. In many cases, people don't look at, you can be if you want to be the best teacher, they will say, go to the secondary school and all that kind of thing, you know? So while teaching is, that's part of our primary responsibility. If you're an academic, you are bound to teach, you are supposed to teach. But to give that scholarship, your research is very key. So you cannot relegate your research because you are teaching, okay? Don't allow anybody to push you to that, you know, to such a level where you relegate your research because you are teaching. There has to be a way you are able to manage all. I'm a professor, I'm a direct a center, I teach, okay? I still teach, I still do all my teachings, but I still find time, of course, to do my research. It's a matter of, organizing yourself. Let me also say now that, and with gratitude to the GMRDC for the wonderful opportunities of trainings that it has been organizing over the years, the GMRDC workshops and trainings and so on, to capacitate people, especially our junior people, especially our younger ones, people who are coming on board, to capacitate them, you know, on research. I hope that people will continue to exploit the opportunity of this training to develop themselves. And I want to encourage GMRDC to continue to do that, to continue to, you know, give this training, but at the same time, also demanding a value over their investments. Because I know there are some people who attend these workshops over every year. They attend the workshop for years and yet not a single paper, not a single grant, not a single publication, you know. So that is also there, you know. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Willie also and all the other people who have opened our eyes to quite a lot of things that we do not know about, and which I also believe that will impact positively on our research agenda. So thank you very much. That's just a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you, Prof. Anthony. Prof. Willie, would you like to respond? Prof. Anthony's one was more of a comment.
Yes, on the issue of teaching, I think when we apply for these grants, we don't divorce ourselves from the various facets of our calling as academics. I'll give you an example. In the current grant that we're working on, we've actually proposed that based on the findings of the research that we're going to conduct, we are actually wanting to make recommendations that inform teaching practice, particularly in areas such as the work psychology, human capital development stream. And I don't see it as a contradiction in terms of what we're trying to do. It's actually a contribution. What I would advise predominantly is to just prioritize that this is a research project with research deliverables, but you've got no harm in whatsoever, one way or the other, in making ramifications not only for policy, but also ramifications for teaching practice.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I see Prof. Simatele's hand.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to that same question that Prof. Willie's just responded to, the one on teaching scholarship. The thing is that teaching scholarship involves several things, and I think he's right in saying that. But when you look at your research and publication plan, that has to be part of that plan. So the teaching scholarship falls in two parts of that scholarship, of that plan that I shared earlier on. It falls in your teaching and it falls into your research. Because as you say, it's something that you do. Now, there are people who want to carve their career around teaching scholarship and others who want to carve their career around their discipline area. That's a decision that you as an individual needs to make. I'll tell you, for example, I publish in teaching with technology. That's something, and I do self-reflective practice. It's something that I do. It's something that I believe is very important for my career development. So as part of what I do when I'm teaching, I look at methods, new methods. How can I use these new methods? And I turn that into papers. And sometimes I do self-reflection. For example, I've written 2 papers on microaggressions because these are things that I've experienced in my teaching and they inform what I do. So I think scholarship is very important. And that's, I suppose, you also made reference to the university encouraging scholarship. I want to say that's something that I believe Professor Nkonki is trying to do. But for me, I think that if you make teaching scholarship a standalone, it's going to be very difficult for you because it's an integral part of your research and it's an integral part of your teaching. So it has to be a part of the overall practice that you have as a researcher and as a teacher.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There is another hand again from Prof. Anthony.
Yes, Chairperson. I just want to quickly also touch on one very important point that I forgot to mention there. And that is the issue of colleagues should never be shy. Don't be shy to consult your other people, other colleagues of yours who are more experienced than you in preparing your proposals. Don't be shy to bounce it off them, to look through it for you and to help you review it, you know, before you submit. Even when I write my proposal, sometimes I pass it through my students, you know. I pass it through my students, my PhD students, master students, my postdocs. They look through it, make comments, you know, come back, look through it again. And so don't be shy to input. Yes, I understand that, yeah, you may want to, you know, keep you don't want to expose what you're doing and so on, but you have to be trustful of your colleagues, and especially your senior colleagues who can guide you to help you to fine-tune your proposal before you submit. I think that is important. It also increases or improves the chance of consideration success of your proposal. I just want to quickly flag that again. Bounce your proposal off other people who are more experienced than you are, to look through it for you, you know, and before you submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Simatele, is that an old hand or is it a new one? I suppose an old hand. I would like to give a few minutes to the presenters for final remarks before I hand over to Professor Simatele in a capacity as Dean of Research at Chinyamurindi. Prof. Meyer, is there anything that you would like to say in closing, as well as Professor Willie?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I see from the list of people who's attending this workshop, there's a lot of my old students, current students, postdoc fellows, and I'd really like to encourage them to seriously look at these funding instruments and find the one that you're eligible for. This could be the beginning of great things for you. Thank you for this opportunity to GMRDC. It's much appreciated, and to share my experiences with others. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Professor Willie.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to encourage all of my social sciences and humanities colleagues that are here that social science, humanities, we are also a contributing cog to the realm of science, so we should never be embarrassed. And if you think that we don't have any relevance, I think you just have to look at in the last couple of months under the pandemic how we've yearned for interaction, and I mean, Prof. Dr. Octavia here would have given us go ahead to have tea and coffee and all of these things, but because we can't, because there's limited interaction. So that interaction is what we emphasize upon as social scientists and humanities scholars, that we needed to understand it, but also find ways of making sure we comply. And yeah, so my appeal is that find people who you can work with. That's the other little challenge we have internally, where people work in silos. But I really thank the GMRDC and under the leadership of Prof. Simatele and you, Dr. Subanda, for giving us this platform to encourage everyone to say there is someone who can help you to be better, and you don't have to work alone or suffer alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think Prof. Bradley is not here. He's attending another workshop. I would like to hand over now to Prof. Simatele for any other remarks.
You, yeah, thank you very much, colleagues, everyone who's participated. It's really, really appreciated. I think one of the things that I can't recall who made that comment, it might have been Anthony, about the importance of the university developing a research culture. I think that is really a very critical aspect of what needs to be done. And this is one of those steps that we have taken, but this workshop would not have happened if no one had turned up. So it shows how serious everyone in this platform is about creating a research culture in the institution and pushing things forward. So we really appreciate. My hope and prayer is that this is not just a workshop, that going forward now, we are going to take things. I mean, not everything will be relevant to everyone, I suppose, but each one of us will then take something from this workshop and work towards creating that research culture that we need. We need to broaden, you know, our base for research. We have very few researchers, as I said. If those people leave the institution, then research collapses. So my hope and prayer is that we've taken something that's going to push us, and for those who are already in research, that is going to help us to be more productive, and that we'll look back having, you know, benefited from this workshop. Going forward, if you have any suggestions of things we could have done better or things we can do in the future to, you know, provide more support of this kind, please let us know. And as I said, we are going to hold another workshop, which is for other funders as well, and maybe see if we can invite funders to just push this forward and develop. We need a lot of research funding, and I think it's very useful that we hold this kind of workshop. So thank you very much. A special thanks goes to Prof. Meyer and Prof. Willie and Prof. Bradley in absentia for the efforts that you have made, and we'll continue to draw on you as we move forward in 2021. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Is the NRF team here, Joyce and Precious? Is there anything that you'd like to announce before we close? Colleagues, thank you very much for attending this very insightful workshop. We hope to see you again on another platform in future, and please just keep checking the Forte Daily Bulletin, as well as checking with your deputy deans and faculty leadership. We're going to be sharing whatever information comes to our office. Thank you to everyone. I think we can safely close now and people can exit the platform. And goodbye to everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for sharing these meetings super legally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.